There we go. I had OBS all set up from recording a video the other day, so of course all the sliders are all over the place. I think we're good. Here we are. Hello. Good. Yes. All the green bars are bouncing up and down like what they should be, so I think we're good. Yeah, the live stream that I use for the music is ridiculously loud. I don't know why it's so loud, but I literally have like a couple of pixels of volume slider in order for it to be bearable. We actually do have a whole bunch of new music for the streams from Enzo of Elite Dangerous fame, which is really good. We just need to get around to putting it into a playlist. And then we will get rid of the lo-fi hip-hop, which seems to be the same stream over and over every week. She's in the box behind me, Captain Luca. Yeah, she we had to have her put down, gosh, about 3-4 weeks ago now. How long has it even been? Maybe even longer than that. But yeah, she had cancer basically. She had a big tumour in her abdomen and was swelling up like a beach ball. But now she forever lives on my shelf behind me. It's all good, it's all good. It was, yeah, a bad day at the time, but we're over it now. Yeah, one of the local catteries has like a pickup cremation service, and they bring your cat back just like in a little box thing. I don't know if you can see it. It's kind of there, no, there. Yes, we will be having a very accurate 3D model made of her. So she will be roaming the ship. I'm on fizzy water. This is Morrison's own sparkling fizzy water. Delicious. Because it has practically no carbs. Hang on. Right, I can tell I'm old. I've got that old person reading squint. Yeah, it's like got 0.01 grams of carbs in it. I'm on a keto diet at the moment, so like carbs are bad. Anywho, yeah, my vision's generally really good, but yeah, it's just kind of, I've got to that age now where like my focus distance has gone from here to like out here. Right, so over the past 3 or 4 days, I've been doing more and more optimization, and I just click on that to bring timers down a bit. So you can see, looking at the load on the GPU, this is basically what it's looking like in terms of what aspects of the game are dropping the frame rate. And as you can see, it's very much the lighting. So lighting and reflections is what's hitting it really hard. The nanite vis buffer is negligible, which is nice. We've been able to cull geometry enough for that. I actually spent all of yesterday writing this new script where basically it takes the view distance that you specify for the mesh, and then if the actor is outside of that view distance, it culls the actor entirely. So it just sets it as hidden, done, it's gone, it's no longer in the game world. And I was hoping that by doing that, we would significantly reduce the nanite base pass and the whole the HBZ culling round robin thing as well. Because if the mesh isn't there, then it's not being taken into account for occlusion queries. And I was hoping that that would significantly improve frame rates, especially in terms of nanite. And I did a similar thing for the lighting as well. So in fact, if I stop this a minute, and if we look at the ship, what's the best way? I'll get rid of that. Probably can't see it very well because we've got lots of stuff in the way. Let's get rid of that one. You can kind of see it a bit there. So you can see that I've got culling distances working up with lights now as part of my optimization script. So the lights are now culled based on distance, and what it does is it runs a little script and it works out how far each light can be seen from. Now these particular ones right now are just hitting the upper cap, which is why they're disappearing when they shouldn't be. But if you go into a corridor, it looks like that all the lights are on, but what you can't see is immediately around the bend and around the corridors it's completely black. There's no lights whatsoever being rendered. So what I've done is I've written a script which will go through and it assesses every single light on the ship, applies a view distance to that, and I just wrote a little C++ script which actually applies that to the light itself, because for some reason Epic haven't exposed the max draw distance variable within blueprints, so you have to do it through C++, but it's done and it works. So we can now arbitrarily cull lights based on their distance from the camera, which is very, very useful. In all honesty, it hasn't improved the frame rate as much as I hoped it would. In fact, my nanite culling exercise hasn't improved the frame rate at all. And I think what's happening is the nanite clusters are already culled on the GPU. So traditional culling takes place on the CPU, and all of the nanite stuff is happening on the GPU. So what's happening is I'm doing the CPU bit, and the GPU side is already doing it with its nanite cluster culling. So all that effort really that I went to was wasted effort, because nanite is already so efficient that me removing the actor entirely from the game world is not an improvement in performance, because nanite's already gone, nope, don't need that, which is pretty cool. And also with like the virtual shadow maps, I was under the mistaken impression that like rooms right within the belly of the ship were still being assessed for shadow casting from the star, because obviously the starlight is hitting the entire ship, and everything within that ship needs to be tested to see whether it needs to cast a shadow. But it's actually a lot cleverer than that. So something which doesn't actually receive light in the first place isn't included in the shadow map cache. So the engine is already doing a lot of the optimizations that I was actually looking to do myself. So that saved me a bit of effort. But yeah, it was an interesting experiment in just how much can we optimize things like nanites by stripping out meshes and that sort of thing. And the answer is you can't really optimize it much more than it already is. So yeah, ultimately a little bit fruitless, but interesting nonetheless. But yeah, when it comes to the lights, again, as you saw with stat GPU, it's not there, so I shall just stop being lazy and actually type it. Our deferred lighting is the real killer, and as we move away from the ship, you can see that the cost goes down, and as we move into the ship and more lights appear, and obviously our lighting cost goes back up again. So what I'm focusing on now for the next few updates for the settings and the graphics options is trying to hitting some of the different nanite switches and knobs that we can turn, just to see if we can tune that like for absolute best performance without losing visual fidelity too much, and also the reflections and general just lighting optimizations. Even silly little things like having the normal map not count after a certain distance on materials, so that it's just one extra layer of the material that doesn't need to be taken into account if that surface is far enough away from the camera that having a normal map is kind of irrelevant at that distance, because you can't even see the detail. But yeah, so the optimization train continueth. Anywho, what we're doing tonight is we are continuing working on the quarters, VIP quarters, i.e. this. So on last Wednesday, we built this little glass tube thing at the table. I think today I'd like to get more of the floor done, like sort out this wooden thing properly. Get that door panel done so that we're not just dealing with bare metal. Maybe get some of the window surrounds done. I mean, we could try and start working on the sofa area. Ultimately, I think I'm going to redo this so that the curve is not quite so shallow. I think we'll go with a slightly harsher curve like this one. I don't know, I'm not completely happy with the way that curves around like that, so I will tweak and mess with it. But I do prefer, as we said on the last stream, I do prefer that the white panel wrap around somewhat. It just makes the panel feel thicker and chunkier and just generally a bit more robust. And then yeah, we have to turn this into a panel. I think I might have to maybe cut it across there. Obviously this whole thing can't be one big panel, so we need to cut it somewhere, even if it's there perhaps. But in order to put the shelves and things in here, the panel that's covering up the beam needs to wrap around on each side to obviously meet the bracket where it bolts onto the wall. I don't know why that one sticks out so much further. I think that might be lined up with where the wall used to be. Did I miss a question? Lights changing brightness but not color? Weird. Hang on, let's just look at that real quick. Make sure I haven't broken something inadvertently, which usually happens. When you have such a complex set of sort of integrated systems that will speak to one another, you change one thing and it breaks something somewhere else. Although I do try and make it all as modular as possible. I'm a big fan of modular systems that you can kind of copy and paste into other projects and that sort of thing. So just try this one. That one's working all right. it looks like it's working. There is a specific thing with Lumen where it caches the radiance cache. So obviously it will query a light, and the GI from that light is stored in a cache. If you're rapidly changing the color of lights like this, that cache doesn't immediately update. You can force it to update the cache for each light, but when you've got hundreds of lights like this all changing at once, it kills the frame rate completely, because you're forcing Lumen to update every single light basically in real time rather than caching the value. Fortunately, the direct light cast does the bulk of the work, so the fact that the GI is lagging a bit behind isn't really noticeable. Are you sure this isn't a graphics settings thing? Because if I stick it on low, then as much as it looks like there might be light being cast, there isn't. Like right now, we're using a single ambient light to light the whole ship. In fact, it's an ambient post-process material. The fact that the ceilings are lighting up is because of a clever mesh light, which isn't actually a light. So I don't know whether that's what you're seeing, like if you've got it on low graphics mode. See, this is what it looks like without Lumen. So the ceilings are obviously changing color dramatically as the lights are flashing, because the GI is faked using mesh lights on the ceilings, whereas if we switch to Lumen, you see that the mesh lights, the fake ones, have all been turned off, so we're now relying purely on real-time GI, which again has a lot of caching going on, so it's not updating as rapidly. So relying pretty much purely on the actual main light casters themselves. Hello, Jonesy. So yeah, I don't know what the bug would be with that. I'm not seeing a bug. Unless it's a specific light in a specific location, maybe. Obviously it doesn't help that the sun's streaming in through the window, so let me just move the ship out of the way of the sun. Okay, well, that's good then. Interestingly, the alien virus mode does seem to be broken. It's working on the balustrades, but not on the main lights. Interesting. I mean, that is just a test mode, so it's not the end of the world. It's not something that's staying. Okay. All good then, no issues. Actually, let's just set that back to ultra. So I'm going to have to adjust this as well. Obviously, now that we've moved all that over, then that's going to have to go over to here. The same as this one, we're going to have it wrap around the pillar and the bit of wall there. So basically this one is extending out all the way around there. Yeah, so that one's alright, that can stay. So these need to be stretched over a bit. So this shelving unit is going to get a little bit longer, just to bridge that gap. Yeah, and that can stay as is. So the door frame can still fit in that exact hole. But let's maybe start with the floor in the middle and then work our way outwards. And we also need to set up some anchor points. I think what I might do is set up an anchor point directly in the middle for all of the middle stuff, and then be one anchor point per segment, so that all these panels will all fit an anchor point there. I think there already is one there. So you can see all these panels are all sharing the same origin point for easy placement. Yeah, alright, let's be doing that then. Yeah, it's an interesting idea, Max. I think the problem with the Admiral's yacht is it's going to be about as big as the Caravella. It should be smaller than the Caravella, but it's going to be of a comparable size. So you can't really attach it to anything, but I want to treat it like a shuttle, so that we can spawn them in mid-game. And fly them around in addition to the Magellan, and also it will have its own shuttle as well. But we'll work on that. So we might practice that with the Caravella, and just see whether we can get that done. Because obviously a lot of people want to have multiple ships in the same game, and it's easy with shuttles because shuttles don't need to have a complex interior. So we can load multiple shuttles in without really increasing the VRAM usage or anything like that. When you start bringing in much bigger ships, obviously you're then using up a lot more RAM, a lot more VRAM, and there's only so many ships you can have loaded at once before the computer will run out of memory. But something the size of the Caravella, which is really not much larger than the Magellan's engine pod, we should be able to get one or more of those in the game in addition to a Magellan. So if we look at that for the Admiral's yacht, the idea is that someone who owns the Admiral's yacht, when they board a ship or join someone's game, they can then spawn that vessel like just off the starboard bow and then take a shuttle over to it. But yeah, we'll experiment with that. Yeah, so we want the Admiral's yacht to be a thing in its own right. I mean, a captain's yacht could be attached to a specific vessel, but obviously we're going to have lots of different vessels of lots of different shapes and sizes. So anything we did do would have to fit all of them. But yeah, I think once the Caravella is done, before we move on to the Admiral's yacht, I think a shuttle would be a good idea. So maybe let's get the Caravella done, then make a shuttle, and then move on to the Admiral's yacht. Because once we've got a shuttle, then we can start experimenting with some of the shuttle-based code. Because we still need to sort out the ability to board another ship and fly it around independently to the main vessel. If we were to just make the shuttle a physical object that you could just launch out of the shuttle bay, then when you fly the main ship around, the shuttle will be stuck to it in terms of its reference frame. So when the main ship rolls, the shuttle will kind of roll with it like that, So the shuttle needs to be an independent vessel with its own independent perspective on the universe, and then we have to transition the player from that environment over to the shuttle's interior, which is going to be another static interior hidden somewhere below the Magellan. But we need a layering system for that as well. So for every shuttle that you spawn, it creates another interior, like vertically down, like a stack of interiors. So we need to start reserving slots. So you spawn a shuttle, you spawn a mining craft, so each one of those has to reserve a slot, and that's where the interior goes, and then we simply teleport the player to whichever relevant slot is needed for that ship. And that'll be the same for stations and other vessels and anything else that has an interior that we can walk around. The shuttle will work exactly the same as the Magellan does. So if you how can I best describe this? So the Magellan has a static interior, and we move space around that static interior to give the illusion of movement. The shuttle will be the same. So it will have a static interior, so you can run and jump and throw physics objects around. And it's what you see out of the windows is the same as how we handle it on the Magellan. So space is moving around the shuttle interior. But its perspective of where it is obviously different from the Magellan. So they're both running the same math, but they have different orientations. So both the Magellan and the shuttle will have their own little proxy ships, which are little scaled down versions of themselves, which have the collisions and the flight mechanics. And the orientation and rotation of the proxy ship is what directly drives what you see out of the window. So even now on the Magellan, there's a second Magellan that you can't see that's actually flying around the physical world, which can collide with things and bump into other ships and stations and shoot stuff. That is what's actually driving what you see out the window. The static interior that you're walking around isn't doing anything in terms of the flight mechanics. That's all handled by a second ship that you can't see. It's all smoke and mirrors. So that works, and we can have as many vessels as we want, because each one of those vessels has its little proxy ship, which is driving the orientation of the space stuff. The challenge is transitioning the player from one static interior to the next static interior. Now, we could just press a button and teleport the player there, but that's not particularly very immersive. So setting up some kind of a portal on the shuttle door is probably the approach we're going with. We'll have a ramp that comes down on each shuttle because we want to load vehicles as much as anything else. So where the ramp goes down, we will have an entranceway which will always be completely perpendicular to the floor, and then we will put a portal in that doorway. So like Portal the game, when you pass through it, it's actually teleporting you, but hopefully it will be as a seamless teleportation as we can, so you don't realize you're being teleported. So although if you're here and the shuttle's here and you think you're just walking between the two, what's actually happening is from here you drop all the way down here to the teleport location and then continue on your way. But that drop is seamless, so you don't notice it happening. That's the plan anyway. Loading screens, no. We don't do loading screens, apart from planets, but apart from planets, we don't do loading screens. Yeah, when you're in addition to the little proxies, there's also going to be a big proxy. So when you're on the shuttle and you're flying around the Magellan you're looking at is not the actual Magellan. It's a proxy of the Magellan, same size, same shape, but that's what you're seeing out of the shuttle window. Conversely, when you exit the shuttle into the Magellan's shuttle bay, the shuttle you're looking at isn't the actual shuttle. It may look like it when it flies out the door, but it's not. It's just a proxy for where the shuttle actually is in relation to the Magellan. The trick with this is going to be make it so that I suppose dealing with like floating point jitter is going to be the hardest part with this, because as much as we can move the proxy ship inside of the Magellan's proxy ship, so the two little simulations can go inside one another and then land and everything, because they'll both have physics collisions, and we'll make sure that those collisions are as accurate as they can be at the small scale, so that when the little tiny physics shuttle lands in the little tiny physics Magellan, the actual full-size shuttle is colliding in a good place on the big Magellan's interior. So we don't want it like hovering a foot off the ground, because the collisions are misaligned. It's going to be a complex process handling shuttles, but if we can get it right for shuttles, then it automatically works for everything, because it's all the same process. And a similar thing for planetary surfaces, although planetary surfaces are slightly different, because rather than seamlessly going through a portal, we have to transfer not just you, but also the entire shuttle down to the planetary atmosphere, or surface environment. Which is why we need to use a loading screen, which will be some form of cinematic transition to go from orbit to the surface. Not as in landed, but as in flying around above the terrain, so you then can look for somewhere to land. But because the ship interior is static, and the shuttle interior is static, and the planetary surface is static, as they need to be for all the physics interactions and such, there's no good way of getting the shuttle down there without some kind of masked teleport. I think the environment will load quick enough that it can be a very, very, very quick transition in the matter of a couple of seconds, if not less. But there still needs to be some form of transition to get there without it breaking. But we'll see. We'll see when we get to it. I've got lots of tools and techniques squirreled away to make this work. We just need to obviously get to the point where we're building it. FDev do it for real, I believe. So the thing with Elite is that you are the ship. You're not walking around the interior of the ship. You are the ship. So it's a different process. So the ship itself, i.e. you, are actually moving through the world. Whereas in our game, you are not moving through the world. The proxy of you is. So your massive ship interior isn't moving. And that's why we can have something the size of the Magellan flying around, because it's not technically flying around, it's stationary, it's static. So I suppose the better question is, how are No Man's Sky doing it? Because that's something they've recently implemented. And the honest answer is I don't know, actually. I don't know how No Man's Sky are doing it. That was definitely unexpected when they pulled that out of the bag. So like Star Citizen, they must have localized physics for their ships. So in Star Citizen, the ship itself has its own independent physics that are oriented to the orientation of the ship. And that physics environment, I think they called it physics grids. I don't know whether that was an actual term or something someone came up with, but let's call it physics grids, where when you're aboard that ship, you are a child of that physics environment. If you leave that ship and go into space, then you're no longer subject to those physics. If you board a different ship, you're now subject to those physics or that physics environment. And I'm assuming No Man's Sky must be doing it the same way. It seems the obvious approach. We can't really do that because our interiors are huge, and we have literally tens of thousands of individual actors that make up our ship interiors, and you just can't move that many actors. It's madness. So we have to move space around the ship because that's the thing with the less stuff in it that's movable. But yeah, so Star Citizen has its own physics solution. I bet No Man's Sky does as well. And in Elite, you are the ship, which is why you can't walk around in it when you're flying. And many other games that are also similarly inclined. Any game where you are the ship and you can't walk around it, it's easy to do like real-time planetary landings and stuff because there are no static environments that you need to worry about, or at least the planet can be the thing that's static and you are the thing that's moving, and it makes the whole thing, so much easier. But yeah, we can't do that. Yeah, my personal opinion on Star Citizen is that it is an incredible piece of technology. I mean, people obviously criticize the amount of money taken and the amount of time taken and everything else, all the other controversies. But if you look at it purely from a technical perspective, then Star Citizen is crazy impressive for what they've done and what they've achieved. Yeah, it's incredible. I mean, I'm looking at it from the perspective of a game developer, and I look at the technologies, I look at what they can do, and I think to myself, yeah, we can't do that. It's, they have achieved things which are mad, and I guess you kind of need to have a developer mindset to kind of really appreciate what they've achieved. But yeah. I have tried Star Citizen many times, and sadly, every time I try it, I give up fairly quickly because of all the bugs. Like, there are so many times I'll start a game, make my way to my ship, get on my ship, start flying somewhere, it then crashes, and now I'm back where I started in my quarters, in my little hab unit thing. And I just think, you know what? I can't be bothered. So once the crashing and the stability issues are well and truly fixed, then yeah, I will definitely give it another try. I think I will maybe separate that out into a separate object. If we take that away from there, pop that there. That's already separate anyway. Get rid of these stupid fire things I did. They're like chickens or something. I had an interesting chat once with an ex-Frontier person, and they were saying that when they created the Ark store with ships and things that you can purchase, like their genuine, honest intention was that they weren't expecting people to buy all of them. Like the idea was that people would buy a ship that they loved, they want that specific ship, they buy that specific ship, and that's it, that's them done. Like they literally did not expect people to want all of them, which I thought was interesting kind of take on that. It's that whole gotta buy them all mentality, but that definitely wasn't the intent. Yes, Valium, it will be. So the idea is that the glass will retract up into this thing here, the fluted top bit, don't know what to call it, the flute. Yeah, so the glass will slide up, and you'll just have a table at that point. I need to put a control panel on it because we need a button for raising and lowering the tube, but we also need a button for controlling, like whether it's a fire effect, whether it's a fish tank, because this is going to be a hologram, so it's not a real fire that's burning there, it's a hologram, just some ambience. So I like the idea of saying today I wish it was a fish tank, and then it becomes a fish tank. So somewhere we need to fit a UI for that. I don't know where to put it. Like the obvious place was maybe on there, but I don't really want to put it on the table because we need the table. Yeah, I'm trying to keep the table itself clear. Yeah, a remote could do it. I mean, I want to have like a room configuration control panel. So we're going to have like LED strips and things around here, and I want you to be able to have custom LED colors for the room, along with obviously lighting, temperature, and that sort of thing, and a dimmer switch. So that would seem to be the obvious panel to put it all on. So it might just have to be the case that we have a panel by the door maybe, or somewhere where you can just walk up to it and then change the configuration of this using the same panel that you use for the lights. I guess keep it like an all-in-one integrated thing. Yeah, and then maybe also have a secondary version like on the coffee table. Maybe just have a little control panel on the coffee table where you can again control the lights and the thing, and just have it controllable from two different panels, so you don't have to get up and walk all the way over here. You can just press a button on there. Once we have handheld tools that we can interact with, like tablets for example, then yeah, it'd be good to add it to that as well. need to set up these snap points. I kind of want them to be relevant to the layout of the geometry. So I think if we go corner to corner, so come out of the same height. Is that the same height? No, it's not, is it? Curses. Curved ceiling. Always an annoyance. Right, we know the middle is there. It's fortunate we already measured that, so yeah, we use that as our reference point. I need to stop putting things above the thing I'm doing. I keep getting the camera caught in it. I think that's about as in the middle as we're going to get. Or what if I'm assuming that is in line with the middle. It does appear to be. Yep. a better middle than the other middle. At least that one's in line with the center of the ship. And we can copy that to this side. Should be there. No, not there. It's an awkward one, this, because we've gone off of the usual grid that we'd stick to here. So the actual middle, rid of that a sec, probably be more like along the lines of this one, so somewhere along here. There, so that's the actual middle of the room. This may appear at face value to be a pointless activity, but when you actually start trying to align things, it helps when you've got like a consistent reference point. Right, that'll do, methinks. Each one of these should be fairly equidistant to the middle. Yeah, the pipes and such, I keep flip-flopping between two ideas. So I've built the system so that so that it's not turned on. Hang on. Let's turn the reactor and everything on a minute. So all these pipes and cables and things, they are all spline based. So if I copy one over, then I can just arbitrarily rotate that, move it around, extend it, move it up there, rotate it again, move it up there, extend it some more. So we can make any shape pipe that we want, and we can just do that freely within the editor, all nice and simple. And as quick and easy as that is, it is a very organic process, and unless you're very, very careful with your splines, it's difficult to get nice, perfectly nice curves that have a consistent radius. And the same is true with the pipes as well. So it's all these cables rather. So each one of these is a spline, and I have manually put these in myself, as you can see by the bendiness of them. And they're all rendered as a spline. Now what we actually want to do, obviously, is route these cables properly so that they actually do terminate where they're supposed to terminate. Like, you know, all these cables going down here aren't connected to anything yet. They all need to be plugged in the same way that these ones are. So you know that the output on this output here, if you follow the cable, you know that it plugs in there. And that's going to be true for everything. So all of these cables will physically connect to the thing that they're plugged into. So you can quite literally follow the cable and see where it goes. That's the whole idea. And indeed, you know, if that cable breaks, then the thing that it's physically connected to will stop working. But drawing a spline cable or a spline pipe is really tedious and time consuming. And as much as I have really worked hard on sorting out the tangents and things so that it doesn't twist, they still twist sometimes. So if you rotate it a certain way, you get these weird twists where it kind of screws up into itself, and sometimes that's really annoying to deal with, especially if you're working on a vertical cable. It seems to do it worse with vertical ones. Hilariously, it's not actually doing it at the moment, but at some angles it will do it. But a lot of our wiring runs are duplicated, and again we could draw it out for one pipe, and then copy paste that pipe as needed, but it might actually prove to be a lot quicker to do the pipe routing in SketchUp. So we'll draw our path where we want the pipes to run, like, you know, through the walls and everything, and then we can just use one of our pipe tools, like one of these is a pipe tool, and then you just select the radius of the pipe and it will pipe it along that path. So we can actually pre-build all the different cable runs within SketchUp and then export them as a static mesh. So instead of having to manually draw it out, we're exporting physically solid cable runs already. And from a gameplay perspective, it's not going to make any difference, because when you remove a broken cable, it will remove the whole length of that cable. But it does mean that we can probably roll out all the pipes and cables in their proper locations a lot quicker if we do it physically within SketchUp first. Plus, we have the benefit of being able to, you know, rotate them and copy them and make arrays and things that is not quite as easy in Unreal. So to answer your question, yes. Yeah, the reactor is an old design, which will be replaced. So the actual final reactor will be similar. It won't be quite as skinny. And the reason these little balconies are here are because these are supposed to be things you can change and fix. These are neutral beam injectors, so the idea is that you get these plasma formations. The plasma formations are accelerated along these tubes. This is basically like an accelerator, and then they collide within the actual reaction chamber itself. And these neutral beam injectors, they induce a physical spin on the plasma that keeps it stable and keeps it held in place. And all of that is real. There are several real-world reactors that work in exactly that way. So basically you get a plasma stream down here, a plasma stream up here, they both shoot together and collide in the middle, and it's that collision that creates the heat and the fusion and all that stuff. But right now it's too small and doesn't reach the balconies, So yes, it's going to get fatter and a lot more detailed. Obviously, it's missing all of its pipes and things. Like I started adding like all the coolant feeds and things for the coils. So these are superconducting coils, which are liquid cooled, and these are all the coolant lines. But I never got as far as finishing the whole thing, so there's going to be a lot in the way of small detail to be added, and the neutral beam injectors will probably end up being straight and facing here, so that you can remove pieces and you know, take off the end caps, pull out the hardware, and you know, and change it and such. Because we do want the reactor to have multiple points of failure, and multiple things that you can pull out and replace, and probably not to the point of like replacing individual coils, but certainly other bits of hardware. Yeah, you can overclock the reactor and it will get hotter and hotter until it shuts down. It won't explode because fusion reactors don't explode. They're not the kind of reactor that has explosive potential. The worst you would get in a really hard shutdown is that the superheated plasma would eat away at the interior of the reactor and cause damage. But they wouldn't explode because there's nothing there that's creating any explosive potential. There's no pressure being generated. It's not like a steam turbine where you can get an oversteam pressure and then the steam explodes. And like Chernobyl wasn't a nuclear explosion. It was a steam explosion. Everything just got too hot. But yeah, so this can't explode. Fusion reactors are so delicate and so finely tuned that if any of the variables are off even slightly, then they just stop working and they're no longer fusing fusion. Yeah, true, Luca, true. I mean, yes. I mean, the coolant lines are liquid helium. And the reason we're using liquid helium specifically is because liquid helium gets very cold. I think it's like the coldest liquid material you can get. Don't quote me on that, I might be wrong. But yeah, I think helium is like the coldest, if not one of the coldest liquids you can get. But yes, if that is suddenly turned to a gas, then there's no way the pipes could hold that pressure. Yeah, so liquid helium, great coolant. Right, so this curve is now essentially irrelevant because the angle in which the curve goes at will have changed now that we've moved the crossbeam from there to there. So that's just defunct now. And what we do need to do, however, is move this. So as per always, we use a 50 centimeter gap away from the wall, which means that very simply needs to move along here to that. So these panels need to get accordingly wider. In fact, we need to also then measure where the midpoint is between them. there. Just check that this one's still 50 to there. Yeah, near enough. Yeah, in space nobody cares how much it costs. Just wondering what the best way of doing this is. So I suppose we're just gonna have to update the axes temporarily to align to this plane. And it's easier to move everything then. I can move it left and right without having to worry about it going off somewhere else. Okay, so this one lines up to there. And that lines up to there. Good night, Luca. Have a good one. How wide is this panel now? It looks a bit on the huge side. Oh, 2.3 meters, that's not the end of the world. We were on this particular ship aiming for 2.5 meter panels where possible, so that's certainly within the realms of reason. What's this one? Yeah, 2.5 exactly almost, so exactly almost. It's almost exactly. Oh yeah. So I forgot there's like a whole bunch of layers to this. Oh, and that is rather inconveniently not using the same axis direction. Just to be awkward. Didn't that SSD scare come out a while ago? I remember people freaking out about it a good month or so ago. And I think it only affected a certain brand of FSD or a certain couple of brands of SSDs. Don't know, it was a while ago now, I've kind of forgotten about it. Yeah, from what I remember, the issue only occurred if you were like writing or reading like massive amounts of data. So if you were copying like a 10 gig file, that's when the issues were cropping up. Like, otherwise, it was fine. Of course it's not lined up. Why would it be lined up? Interesting, I thought I'd left a gap around there, but obviously not. Let the Z fighting be your guide. That is how you know things are aligned. Okay, I'm confused. I see what I've done. Yeah, I didn't need to move this one, although that bit there needs to move over. I wonder why I made a separate mesh for that, because that seems somewhat redundant. Too many escapes. No, still not straight. Better. Right, now it all lines up. Yes, we've got slightly wider shelves than we had before. Hey Swamp, thank you. Very much appreciated. It's funny actually, because like within a couple of days, there's usually a couple of thousand views on one of the streams, and even during the course of a stream, our average viewers for a stream is about 500 to 600, like on the night that it streams. I always wonder, who are these other 400 or so people? They never speak. So if you are a regular watcher that never speaks, say hello. Claire won't bite you too much. Awesome to hear, Tim. Yeah, I'm more than happy to serve as people's background noise. Just listening to me waffle on about stuff. What am I even aligning this to? That, I think. Yeah, there we go. Okay, jolly good. Yeah, so we need to make the surround for there, and then we have to do our brackets on this side. Typically that doesn't line up. This is going to cause a bit of an issue here. So, like on the last stream, I mentioned how I'm going to extrude this face vertically down rather than coming at an angle, because the angle is awkward and inconvenient, and it gives us this issue here where we've got like a kink at the top. But of course that's throwing off our measurement here, which means that we may just need to make these panels like ever so slightly wider. But it's not an immediate concern for now. But if we just do our 50 gap along there. so the middle one needs to go there. So that one, 231286, 231286. Right, so that's definitely equal, which means the door needs to move over to the middle of there. And we can get rid of these old brackets because they're no longer the ones we're using. Aligned that to the wrong spot. So you go there. And if I times that by 2, it should align with that one. Yep, there we go. Okay, which means we don't need that or that. That's fine then, so the door doesn't need to move over that far really. I don't know why I split these into separate meshes. I must have done it just to annoy myself. It's in the middle there somewhere. There it is. All of the VIP quarters will be like this. There are 6 of them. The other 200 quarters will be far less luxurious and much smaller to boot. If you want to see the difference scale-wise, if I load up EDEC a minute. So this is one of the standard quarters. I was going to have like lounge area, bedroom area, bathroom, other way around, bedroom, bathroom. But by splitting it up like this, you get these really weirdly rectangular or awful shaped rooms, which are just the wrong size in every way you need them to be. So what I'm going to do instead is take out the central dividers, like so. And instead we'll do it so that we'll move the door into the middle more, and then we'll have it so that the central living area is more the middle section, and then we'll have maybe a room with an angled door there, and the same on the other side. So the bathroom will be on one side, the bedroom will be on the other, and then we'll just have diagonal doors facing the interior of the room. So all the middle bit is kind of like the living area. Then we can have maybe like a desk on one side or a little kitchen on the other, something like that. But yeah, so scale-wise, that's the footprint of a single crew quarters, whereas the VIP suites are, as you can see, a fair bit bigger. So the standard crew quarters is probably just that bit. So they're easily twice the size and then a bit more. Yeah, I think if I'm churning out wall panels, like the panels that go on these corridors, which I've got turned off right now. But yeah, if I'm churning out things which I've already made templates for, then I can do like one wall panel every 20 minutes, half an hour. When it's something like designing a room like this, I guess, you know, if we had a concept artist and that concept artist was just giving us some designs and like, you know, here, make this room, then I'd just be copying the concept design. But when it comes to something like this where I'm literally making it up as I go along, then I'm going through the design steps, i.e. the concepting phase, at the same time as physically building it. So we're doing the concepting and the modeling all at once, as all part of one big process. And then obviously integrating it within the game is, you know, just mostly just exporting meshes. Although that's not quite as straightforward as that, because we also need to make sure we've got you know, anchor points where we can click them into place, and, you know, various other bits and pieces. But yeah, this is pretty much the process. You know, a lot of the design work is just throwing stuff at the screen and seeing what sticks. Yeah, we've used 2 different concept artists to date, one of whom did a great job, gave us a really good design for the Magellan's engines and such. We've used some of the design he did, and then the rest is just stuff that we've had to do mostly out of necessity, just to make sure that the design is as we need it to be. But yeah, some of the more kind of unified aspect of the design he did we're definitely using. And then we had another concept artist who just disappeared. He was having a go at designing some bits for the Magellan, just designs for the engine pods and the engine support brackets. And he sent us some concepts. Yeah, sent us some concepts. We gave some feedback, and then we never heard from him again. So, don't know what happened there. Just realised these are not straight. That doesn't help us, does it? Let's get rid of that and that a minute. Thank you. Yes, me too. We started this whole thing off as kind of half hobby, half adventure. So, you know, it's not something that we have any intent on stopping anytime soon. You know, when I said that I'm making the game that I always wanted to play, you know, that's not just one of them throwaway comments. It's true. The game I want to play doesn't exist, so I'm making it. I think one of the best comments that I've ever received, and I've seen this from a couple of different people randomly, and that's that we are fulfilling sort of childhood dreams. You know, people have always dreamed of having that experience where they can, you know, live and work aboard a starship and, you know, be part of the crew and, you know, go out there and, you know, find distant worlds and meet alien species and all that good stuff. And just to know that, you know, these people, myself included, I'm one of them, have always dreamed of being able to do that. To be able to make that a possibility, albeit simulated, is, yeah, it's amazing. I'm so glad that we're doing this, because it's what I've always wanted to do. You know, I want to get out there and explore the galaxy, and it's just not possible in the real world. So we want to make sure that our simulated version of it is as accurate as it possibly ever could be. Yes, Fireball, you can get up into the engines. Oh, thanks, guys. Yeah, it's... I guess those of us of a certain generation who grew up with Star Trek and shows of that ilk, you know, have that, I don't know, that itch to explore the galaxy and be part of a crew. And yeah, this is that, basically. That's what we're building. And there's no reason why it can't be pretty at the same time. Yeah, you can definitely get into the engines. I'm making it very specifically so that it will have all the stairs and things that one would need. hoping that I didn't delete my cutting template for cutting that hole out, because that's going to be an annoyance having to do that again. But extruding that vertically in a straight line means that we have a much happier edge to work with without the stupid kink at the top, which means that is now aligned to where it needs to be, and then this one is now going to be in the wrong place. So we take that edge along there, so it's not hugely in the wrong place, it's just in the wrong place enough. So I'm going to have to drag that over there. Oh, thank you, T with skill. That's awesome. It's actually my birthday on Saturday. My 47th birthday. That's mad. How am I so old already? And we're going out for a meal, so that will help. Thank you. Thank you. I think the Passengers movie is where I've certainly drawn some inspiration from, and I'm sure that the 890 jump in Star Citizen is in many ways directly inspired by the Passengers movie, the sets therein, because they do seem to be very similar. But yeah, I think Passengers, the set design was incredible, and yeah, it definitely has inspired some of the designs that we've done. I'm a big fan of kind of retrofuturism, so obviously a lot of that's kind of creeping into it. If it helps, because I don't think this is mentioned enough, we do track what people support. So you know, if you wanted to support at a higher level later on, there is a record of what you've supported already. So if, say, you wanted the Admiral tier, you wouldn't need to pay for the full Admiral tier. It would be the Admiral tier minus what you've already backed. So it's yeah, we don't expect people to start from scratch with that. Why SketchUp? That's an age-old question that gets asked fairly frequently. The answer is kind of simple and boring, really. It's just that I always worked in SketchUp. That's what I started off with. And doing ArchViz work was kind of my thing. So using SketchUp is just the tool that I've gotten comfortable with, and it's the tool that I know I can get quick results with. I mean, yes, something like Blender is obviously going to give you much better game-ready meshes when you export them, but a lot of the things that Blender brings to the table, Unreal can do. So things like the UV mapping, setting surface normals, and a bunch of other just kind of gamey bits and pieces. Unreal does that. So we export the raw geometry with its texture groups, and that's it. That's literally it. We don't do any of the texturing, we don't do normals, we don't do UV mapping. None of that is done in SketchUp. So it's literally just the base geometry, the texture groups, so that we know what materials go where, and then all the rest of it is done in Unreal. But given that, you know, the bulk of what we do is ArchViz work, you know, it makes sense to do that on an ArchViz tool. At some point, I do intend to get to grips with Blender. The only thing that's put me off for the most part is just the insane number of keybinds that you need to memorize. But yeah, I'm certainly not against Blender. I think it's a great tool. I just I would have to go on a learning curve in order to be able to work as quick as I do with this and get the same results as I do with this. And you know, with all the plugins and things we're using with SketchUp, you know, we can do things like, you know, sub-D modeling and, you know, proper hard surface stuff in SketchUp. Even sculpting. I mean, there are sculpting tools as well in SketchUp. Again, not as good as Blender or ZBrush, but they do exist. No worries. I invite questions always. It's better when people ask questions because I never know what to talk about otherwise. It just turns into me just talking nonsense. Making a cutting plane here so that I can flatten the bottom of this mesh off. All the edges underneath are not coplanar, and I really need them to be. Betterer. Right, that should go nice and straight. There we go. Perfect. It's properly aligned with the floor now. No more sticky out bits. Did I keep a copy of the cutting face? I don't think I did, but I can just use the old geometry for that, I think. If I just take a copy of that curve, that'll do us. Yeah, both Blender and SketchUp export FBX files, and obviously Unreal works with FBX files, so as long as we're just throwing the same format between programs, you know, it's all good. That's just my obsession with detail. If I weren't quite so detail obsessed, we'd be further along by now. Fix these faces up a minute so that I can extrude them properly. It's going to be a bit of weirdness, I expect, but we shall persevere. Yeah, of course, we're on an angle, aren't we? Really should have kept that cutting shape I had. That would have been really useful about now. The main issue here is that we've got that kink going across the top, so that's going to be throwing off a bunch of stuff. Indeed. Yeah, so when I did these ones, I just rotated it to fit the foot angle on there, and I think I'll probably do the same, but we just need to make sure we keep the same same surface angle at the top there. Actually, what I could do, no, that wouldn't work. So I could try extruding just that face, but or would it? I mean, kinda, sorta. Right, that's probably the best we can do for now. So get rid of all that, pop that back in there, extrude that out there, and that side, and that side. Rid of the internal faces, polish it all up. So it's going to be approximately right. So if we just take that one face a minute, delete that, and then bring that one back, pop that in there. Give it a bit more length on the bottom. Well, to be honest, we may as well just align up the base, because at least then we should be flush with the bottom then. Do-ish. Yeah, so there's a slight bit of fixing needed to do around there, but that's fine. Let's just get rid of all these bits of geometry. So there could be some practically merged vertices on there. Are they like close? No, yeah. How big's that? That is 0.4 0.141 of a centimetre, so we can use the merge tool to merge them together. That's this weekend coming, Danger Mouse. So that geometry's good, and this one not so much. I suppose we're better off maintaining our vertical alignment on these faces. Just we have the same problem there. No, that looks fine. Right, so those faces are fine, those faces are fine. Then we just have to clean up the nightmare top bit. Thank you, Max. Appreciate it. It's going to be a good weekend this weekend. Also, I'm having a day off my diet as well. Seeing as it's my birthday and all, no one wants to diet on their birthday. I could let SketchUp auto-generate the faces on here, but I'm doing it manually because I want to see which bits are messed up. I think that one's messed up. Oops. That one's alright, so... Oh, I see. Got some weirdness going on up there. Sure what's happened there, to be honest. Yeah, I'm trying my best to lose some weight. Gotta look good when I'm on stage, surely. But yeah, I'm down to 108 kilograms on my last weigh-in. I started off at 115 kilograms, so it's going well so far. But yeah, we're going to a restaurant in Taunton, near where we live. And it's like one of those all-you-can-eat Chinese buffets, and they are my favourite type of place, because it means I just get to try everything. Even though I know what I like, and I've been eating Chinese long enough to know what I like, but it's always good just to randomly try something different. Thank you, Caesar. Yeah, so we're going out, have a few drinks, we're going to a Hollywood Bowl afterwards, do a bit of bowling. Should be a fun evening. Yeah, the working out part's the bit I need to sort of work on next, because I genuinely enjoy walking. Where we live, there's loads of really cool places to walk, because we live right next to a national park, so there are loads and loads and loads of walks around here. And yeah, I need to kind of just get out there and do that more. Sounds good, Max. Yeah, I grew up in Taunton, and yeah, it's gone tremendously downhill since I grew up there. Yeah, we were in the town centre a couple of months back, and it was astonishing just how backwards it's gone. I mean, it's, you know, it's really chavvy, and there's those shops that are shut down, and it's just, I don't know, it's not the same Taunton I remember when I was growing up. Sounds good. Right, let's try merging these. Ignore the error, it does it anyway. Alright, so that should have got rid of all the stupid close vertices, which means all these faces should now triangulate. Apart from that one, which is being obstinate. Why aren't you connecting? Oh, is that because that was... oh yeah, that's a much bigger edge. Trying to preserve the curve without getting too many weird little edges on it. Like that little edge there can go. Oh, still be a weird, oh yeah, there, little tiny edge. Thank you, Firstus. Very, very much appreciated. I shall have to buy something nice now. You know, I'm rather partial to the Jack Daniels honey liqueur, so I reckon I'm going to buy myself one. Same little issue here, because we've sliced through the geometry. Obviously the curve doesn't align precisely with our curve that goes in the opposite direction, so we're ending up with these like just little bits. That edge doesn't need to be two different faces, so yeah, screw it, I'll do that. Shouldn't be too noticeable. Although that needs to go t'other way. It's better. Similar-ish problem there as well. Oh, thank you, Sophie. Well, I'm definitely going to have a good birthday now. Thank you, guys. It's not my birthday today, but I am having one. My birthday's on the 25th, specifically. One step closer to geriatric hood. doesn't look too bad. We're not getting any super weird creasing anywhere. It's not the best geometry in the world, but smooth enough. Just making sure we've got no weird internal faces. All good. It's very much appreciated, Sophie. Thank you. What curve are we sticking on this in the end? That is a 10 centimeter curve, I think. Oh no, that one's 15. 15, yeah, 15. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Right, let's see how much this geometry messes up when we curve it. So one of those edges it's not happy with. Doesn't like that one. Doesn't like either of them. Fine. Okay, it's happy to do 10. But not there. Okay. Imagine it's like some of these bits here that it's specifically complaining about. Don't blame it, because they do look a bit ugly. Oh yeah, and that bit. It's going to just move that down to there. Move that there. If it lets me. There we go. Okay, that was almost without incident. Good night, Mojin. Have a good one. Weird. I guess that one's adhered to the 15 all the way around, whereas this one hasn't. Just wondering whether or not it would have been better to stick to 10 for the edge, for the rounding all the way around there. Let's give that a try real quick. There we go. That's better. They line up properly now. Although we'll incorporate the circular bit into that somehow. Hey, I hope so. My mum's a panicker. She always panics about me and what I'm doing. And like when I told her a couple of years ago that, you know, I'm quitting my job as an IT manager, or my career rather, because I got made redundant. So yeah, when I said I'm going to do this full time and this will be my job now, she definitely wibbled a bit, because I guess it's not the secure career that every parent expects for their child, but it is living the dream, which is you know, ultimately why I'm doing it. Yeah, especially when, you know, you're in your 40s and you think to yourself, you know, what have I achieved in life? You know, what did I want to achieve in life? And, you know, I grew up in the 90s as a gamer. You know, I grew up modding games and playing Quake and making Quake maps and that sort of thing. And going into game development was absolutely, you know, where I should have been going with my career. But, you know, back in the 90s, at least in the area I lived, you couldn't just go to college and learn game dev. You know, it just didn't exist back then. And the closest I got to it was doing C++ at college as part of a computer science qualification. And then during some work experience, I was actually offered a job because they liked what I was doing and said, come work for us now rather than finishing your college course. So I did. I quit my college course and went straight into work. And at the age of 17, I was driving all around Somerset, installing computers in schools and like council offices and stuff. So that just kind of started off my my computer career. And then that just eventually progressed into IT management, and then I ended up managing a global network, or at least the maintenance activities thereon. And I had no thoughts of game dev or being a game dev. I guess that life was behind me a little bit. But we went through a couple of buyouts in the company I worked for, and eventually my department was cut and moved to Bulgaria. And I had that stereotypical thing where I had to spend a week or so in Bulgaria training the team that was replacing me and making my team redundant. That was a weird situation. But yeah, so redundancy really kind of gave me the opportunity to change my career and do something different. And here we are today. So hopefully it will turn out in the long run that getting made redundant was the best thing that could have ever happened to me. Now I make spaceships for a living, and that's not a bad thing. That's true, Dave Soft, yeah. Luckily, I'd been there over 10 years, so, the redundancy package I got was enough for me to actually, have that choice to sort of sit back for a few months and actually wonder what I was doing with my life. I actually started my own IT support business before doing this. That didn't go anywhere. Mainly because my heart wasn't in it for some reason. Obviously I had the skills, the training, and everything I needed to run an IT support business. And I even got a few businesses under my belt as clients. But I think it was just like the hassle of going into an office and sorting out all their user accounts and then setting up their Windows server, and I'd sit there just like in a computer room, like in a back office comms room usually, just configuring some server, and I was like, why am I doing this? I've been doing this for like well over a decade now. It's time for something different. It's funny, I was speaking to a guy the other day, and he has progressed extremely far in the industry. He's managed some pretty big studios, and he started off exactly the same as I did. I mean, we're a similar age. We both started off in the Quake scene in the 90s, And it's like our careers just went in two completely separate directions. Like I ended up just falling into the black hole of just becoming an IT support grunt, and he progressed and really stuck at it and like joined a studio, and like he started off in QA in a studio and worked his way up, and like literally he's now managing huge studios, and there was me just in my little IT support job. Like how it could have been if I'd actually like pushed myself in the industry back in the 90s. So I'm trying to make up for lost time. Time to replace the old carpet. I think I know the bedroom one's separate, yeah, so that can just delete that. I won't ever be anything but a game dev these days. Like if the worst were to happen, let's say this game completely and utterly flopped. You know, I don't think it's going to in the slightest, but let's just say that it did. Then I'd still be a developer. You know, I'd still think to myself, right, that game didn't work. Let's try something different. Let's make another game in a different genre, maybe. I think yeah, I'm always going to be a game dev now. Although I would never make something this big again. I'm really envious of those indie devs that, you know, they make a tiny game, they stick it on Steam, and then they maybe sort of churn out maybe 2, sometimes even 3 games per year. And you know, they're never hugely successful, but they're enough to live on, and I like that. It's it feels nice and cozy. Hey Delta, welcome back. I trust you're all sorted with your truck and everything. Well, that really sucks, Sophie. Yeah, like even if the studio itself couldn't continue for one reason or another, I'd still be making this game. Because I started it as a hobby, and I'll continue it as a hobby. Yeah, I find running your own business is both awesome and awful all at the same time. You know, being your own boss, and you know, if you need to do something or pop out for a day, you just can. And you know, there are so many freedoms and flexibilities of running your own business, but at the same time, you can't ever not run your business. Like with Fleet Yard, we're never not working. Even when we're like laying in bed about to go to sleep, we're still working. You know, checking emails, checking Discord, and just, you never ever get a break. Running your own business is very literally a 24/7 job. You can't stop. Oh, T-Shame. Bloody hell, wow, thank you. Wow, that's amazing, T-Shane, thank you. You have blown my tiny mind. Thank you, Delta. Yeah, my birthday's on Saturday. I kind of need to grab that inside edge, so I think what I'm going to do, if we grab that bit, this Saturday coming, yes, the 25th. Oh, cool. Well, happy birthday for the 25th. And my son's birthday is literally the next day. "18 years ago, I was sat in a hospital on my birthday in the world's most uncomfortable chair, waiting for my then late wife to give birth. I spent the whole time complaining about how the chair was way more uncomfortable than what she was going through. Yeah. See, she had painkillers. I just had to suffer in this chair. She did let me play with her tens machine. That was fun. Oh, that sucks, Jason. So we should have all of our segments cut out now. Let's grab a copy of that floor just to double check. Yeah, so there's our cross beam, there's our 4 segments. That should be in the middle. Let's measure it and see how off I am. So 336,964. 336,958. Oh, just a few centimeters off, but we'll live with it. Very nice. I didn't know that, Claire. That's awful. Imagine having to go back to school, like, for your birthday, after having not been to school for 6 weeks. I would have protested loudly. So those are essentially the raised sections that we weld the walls and things to, and we'll also have the gravity plating or the gravity coils, the grid, wherever you want to call it, in that cavity as well. So there'll be a mesh that runs through there. Right, where does that put us in here? So we've got some I think it's an old template line that can go away. So I guess in much the same way as we've done the security desk, let me just get rid of that layer a minute. That one. So we've got a similar arrangement here where we've got all the floor bracing and everything for attaching the carpets to, all the brackets and such. And then we've got like a standalone plinth in the middle, which the security desk is on. And we'll probably do something similar in here as well. So we'll have these support brackets that cover the floor, to actually hold up the floor, stop it bending. And then the gravity coils mesh go in between in the cavities. So what we need to do with this now is we need to draw the circle that attaches to, and then decide exactly how far out we're bringing it. I think we decided that was about, if you're pulling a chair in and out, that's about what you do. I guess you've got to stand in front of it, haven't you? So let's grab the dude. Yeah, so if he's getting up from the table, then that chair is coming out there, isn't it? I think so, yeah. Yeah, I think we'll just bring it out a little bit further, just to make room for people getting up and stuff. It doesn't matter if your chair overflows the circle, really, it's just decorative. But I'll use the same kind of thing we've done in the lounge, where we've got like a wooden trim around what is a dark carpet middle bit. So rather than the chairs kind of just clunking on the wood, they actually will be on a soft surface. Let's give that a whirl and see. So where are we? So that should be... Yeah, that's already too high up. So I'm guessing that's an inch above the metal right now. Exactly an inch, yes. Okay, so that would actually need to come down to there. Level with where the carpet would go. Right now the chairs don't slide out, you just kind of pop into them, but at some point we will have an animation for pulling out a chair. I'll do the code for this at some point reasonably soon as well, so we can slide that up into there. Should be a simple enough thing to do. I might do that for the final hour actually, just for a laugh. So 1.7 meters is that, and then in total that would be 2.2 meters in diameter, or radius rather. Right, and then we'd have wooden lip, maybe like, say 30. group that up. And then group that up. I have a feeling that's going to not include that bit, so I just explode that one again. Do the outside edge first, then we can do the inside edge. SketchUp be SketchUp. So our usual dark grey carpet in the middle there, with a wooden rim around the outside. So if we do a shaped edge, I guess actually we come up 1 centimetre, then do that. Oops, no, not that. That. Actually, no, saying that the other carpet's going to be the same height, so yeah, so that will work. No, forget that plan. Let's do that for now. So to make it an angled wooden edge, which I might end up doing, I'll have to raise up the middle bit ever so slightly, maybe just by a couple of inches. So the seating area is a raised platform with a slightly sloped wooden edge to it. In fact, let's do it. So if we were to raise that up by 1 inch, just bring that down by the same amount. Right, yeah, then we can bring this up to there. Hopefully this will go smoothly. Yep, that gives us our slightly sloping edge. And if we do the same rounding, there we go. Yeah, so we've got a slightly raised platform. It's not up that much taller, but it just gives us an angled wooden piece, and that will catch the light because it's more angled. Definitely makes it more of a centerpiece like that as well. Right, so if we step away from SketchUp for a minute, let's get rid of all this. Don't need that in there anymore. I won't export any of this tonight because I need to sort out these anchor points and things. And I figured for the rest of the stream, we will go ahead and make that tube slide up and down, and have the fire go on and off as you slide it up and down, just to kind of demonstrate the fact that it is in fact a hologram. Which means we need to make that a thing. So we've got the tube as a separate actor. Which has its origin point completely in the wrong place. Which doesn't help us in the slightest. Right. Let's pop this back down where it should be a minute. Do we want it to go up or down? That's the question. I mean, in the grand scheme of things, it doesn't make any difference, but what would look nicer, having it go down or having it go up? Is that a poll? Polls are fun. It's the most ambiguous poll ever. Hey, Oni Noni. We're just voting on whether the glass tubes should slide down or slide up. Yeah, so the way it's going to work is the fire will go out and then it will move, because the idea is that it's like a glass projector that projects a 3D image. So if the glass isn't there, you can't see the image. So it needs to fade the fire out and then slide down or slide up. Yeah, it can go in either direction, doesn't matter which. It's kind of arbitrary which way it goes. And easily changeable in the future if either way sucks. If the vote ends on 50%, I'll have to make it random. Randomly pick a direction each time. Yeah, the top section is going to have like a grill on it. Like as if it were a real fire. It's going to have like a mesh up there and, you know, look like a chimney. Yeah, that's not a bad shout. Half comes from the top, half comes from the bottom. Meets in the middle. No, then you'd have a groove. What do you mean by furniture, Martin? Smart glass. It's not a real fire. It is a glass projected hologram. Just need to give it an origin point. what's that? That's 44,994, 44,994. Okay, that should be our origin. How far off are we to that? Not far. Right, there we go. So this is what's going to need things like the snapping guide on there. So for now, I will just have to move it generically into place as best I can. So when we re-import that mesh, it's now not there anymore. It's over there at the world origin. So we just need to move it back. Like so. What's going on there? That's weird, is that? Don't remember seeing that on the SketchUp model. Yeah, that's fine. Let's round off the bottom and see whether that helps the messed up situation. Yeah, I tried to calm the fire down a bit, but it's yeah, it's still quite aggressive. It was flagging it for nanite. That was the problem. But there we go. Now it's properly rounded. Nanite can't do transparency, so that messes it all up. There might be a difference. I mean, I'm not planning for there to be a difference, but we'll see, because not all of the quarters are equal. Some of them are slightly bigger than the others. So we'll just have to see how that goes. Well, I think down is definitely winning the vote, so we'll give that one a try. Right, so we need a new actor, and we'll do that, I suppose, in the Magellan Class folder. I need a new folder, really. Just want to make them distinct from the actual ship hardware. Right, so we need a static mesh. And that's going to be our VIP glass. Right, so that's what we're dealing with. And then just to test the whole process, and just figure out the height we need. So it needs to go, so if it's going from up here, we need it to move down, I would say, maybe to just above there, so there's like a little glass rim, just so we can still see the glass. And so that's a meter. Let's try that. So for now, just to test the uppy-downy, we will grab the mesh. Let's call that something intelligent. Yes, we're only moving the mesh. So we want a new timeline. No, add timeline. There we go. Right, so we want a float track, and the length can be, well, we'll go for a second because we can always scale it afterwards. So we want a value of 0 and a value of 1. Sorry, no, 0, 0. And then 1, 1. Then we want to make them auto and auto. Gives us a nice smoothed curve. And that's our alpha. Right, so on begin play we shall play, well actually we're going backwards, aren't we? No, it's fine. Play from the start. Set world location. Actually no, we'll do relative. Set relative location. And then we shall lerp our vector based on the alpha that we've got there. So we're going to go from 0, 0, 0 to 0, 0 minus 100. And then when it is finished, we are going to do reverse from end. This is just to test it, so it's going to look somewhat like the TARDIS. Right, and if we replace with our fireplace actor, right, let's give that a try a minute. Yes, Danger Mouse. So we definitely want a lot of customization in crew quarters, and having some kind of pet in your quarters which doesn't leave your quarters, that's definitely an option for sure. Because, you know, if we had pets in everyone's quarters that could roam the ship, then we'd eventually have a ship that's like filled with animals. But if they're just in your quarters milling about, then that would be fine. Well, that's not reversing from end, is it? Where is it? There it is. Oh, of course. It's always going to be reversing from end, isn't it? Which means we need a floppy flip thing. So A is play, B is reverse. Again, this is just for testing, so it's not going to stay like this. And then we need to grab our timeline. Where is it? Where is it? I can never remember where they are. Oh, there. Set play rate. The play rate works as a multiplier on the play rate, so by default we've got it set to 1 second, which means if I put 0.5, I know it now takes 2 seconds because we're halving the play rate. Right, that should now bounce up and down. Yeah, temporary permanent, that's a good way of describing it. Wrong teleport. Oh, there we go. One of them. Pick a number. Alright, that works as expected. Obviously we need to get the height and location like nailed. It's just kind of placed there arbitrarily right now. So the next thing to do is have it so that the fire comes on when it goes up and then goes off when it goes down again. And then we need to give it a button to control that behavior. What actor was the fire? In fire 00. Right, okay, there's our fire. I've selected can go away. This means the one we're left with should be contained within the glass. Good, good, good. Oh, and the light as well, actually. To move that on there. I suppose this thing also needs to receive power at some point too. Let's try and copy some of these variables through. So we're about that high up. Okay. You can use custom stencils to make certain things occlude certain things or reveal certain things. So yes, but also no, because things like the highlights around chairs and stuff comes to custom stencils, and you can run into issues with it, especially with transparency. We can have a cube that moves down, and if that cube is overlapping the material, we can have it occlude the material. So we could do it that way maybe, but we can just stop the Niagara thing and then lower the tube, because if we know how long it takes to stop, then it will never overlap. In fact, let's again, caveat to this, I've never worked with Niagara before. That's what we want. Set pause. I'm hoping it won't just freeze. It will actually like properly go away. Going to do this in a really ham-fisted way for a minute. Okay, so playing is going down. So you want to pause it for the glass to go down, and then when the glass has gone back up, yeah, we're unpausing it, and then we're reversing. Then we reverse it. So hang on, so yes, we pause it and then we go down. Okay, and then when that's finished, we go back up. And then we need to do the set pause there, so which means we need a delay on there of, let's say, 2 seconds. So we'll turn it off, it'll wait 2 seconds, then the glass will go down. then we hit B on the flip-flop. So we need the glass to go up. Oh, I'm going to have to do this with variables, otherwise it's going to mess up. Can't just whack some delay nodes in there. Alright, I'll come back to that in a sec. Let's get this light transferred over. Alright, so colour is that. I'm going to copy the values because it took me a while to nail the colour. So we had intensity 1000, attenuation 1000. Okay, and then we had soft source radius of 50. Yeah, then no scattering. Don't want it to interfere with the sunlight coming through the window. Need to make sure that we have ray tracing enabled. Yes, so allow megalights, ray tracing. Yeah, good. Right, so that should work all nicely like with megalights. So if we get rid of that light, we're now left with the one we just added to our actor. Immediate problem is that the fire is too high up, so let's fix that in a minute. Solves that problem. This is a perfect example, by the way, of how nanite tessellation works. Like, it turns each pixel into a voxel almost. So it drives the height via literal, pixel by pixel. It's fascinating. That's a decent height for the light. I wanted the light to be low down enough that it was casting shadows on the pebbles, but not so low that we had too much of a shadow around there. I think that is just about right. Maybe we'll go up just a bit more. I'm going to move that to my other window a minute so that I can tweak it. As we move the light up and down, you can see that the shadow is changing. So we kind of want to make it so that the shadow just about reaches the edge there. Yeah, about that. Stops that middle bit going too orange then. Yeah, and it gives us more definition on the pebbles. Better. There's no reason why it needs to specifically, Martin. Oh, good night, CSI. Sorry, I didn't see you leave. Have a good one. Yeah, there is fire reflection. No. It's a very diffuse reflection, but there is one. Actually, that's a point. We needed I needed the light effect on there. Hang on, see if I can find it in a minute. I specifically made a light function for this. Is it that one? So you can see that you get the effect of the flickering fire in the reflections. Which is also nice on the ladder as well. Like, hey, you've got quite a diffuse shadow from the light that will be there, but also you've got the shadow coming from the fire as well. No Delta, the rocks will always be there, and the cool thing about the rocks is that when this is in fish tank mode, you'll just have rocks at the bottom of the fish tank, and then whatever other thing we decide to do inside this tube, the rocks will just form part of whatever that thing is. Because I like the idea that, you know, when the fire's not there and the tube is down, then it's just a lovely rocky feature in the middle of the table. Right, so another thing we need to do here then is set the visibility of the light. Although, actually, no. Oh yeah, for now. So what I'll do is I'll timeline this as well, because we'll rather than pausing and just turning off the light, I'll timeline it and stick some alpha channels on the Niagara, so that we can fade out the fire and fade out the light at the same time. But for now, we'll just hide it. Right, so not visible. And again, this is just for testing, so... So pause, blah blah. Right, let's give that a try a minute and see what it looks like. That's a good idea, Dustin. Yeah, I like that. Be nice to have it like spawn some kind of like water feature in the middle with the water cascading over it. It could be quite cool. Yes, it will have sound. So the fish tank will have a nice bubbly fish tank, and the fire will have a crackly, well, just a fiery noise. I guess it won't crackle because it's simulating like a gas fire. Alright, so pausing nanite doesn't get rid of it, it just pauses it. So I think we're going to have to do the whole set visibility thing. Alright, I'm going to do that. Is there like an alpha thing there? No. I definitely need to do some research on Niagara. It's just not one of those things I've ever had a call to use before, so don't really have a clue. I'm sure I can learn it reasonably quickly. Yeah, so just notice that stylish. I think I've just fixed it, so we should be right now. Yeah, the cool thing about making it into a hologram tube is that we can literally display anything in the middle of the table. Like, I like the idea of Halloween scenes at Halloween and Christmas scenes at Christmas. And imagine like a little Santa Claus cottage with like snow falling on it, like a snow globe. It'd be really cool. progress. Right, let's start adding some variables. So let's just say active. Right, so we take our flip-flop and put it over here instead. To be honest, we don't even need a flip-flop, do we? We just need a knot on there. Let's do it properly. He says, making weird spaghetti. So all we need to do then is we just branch that for a minute. Hang on, I get my head around the logic now. So let's do this over here. In fact, no, let's do it up here. Right, so if it's active, then we want to make everything visible. Hang on, let's just duplicate that for a minute. So active is going to have to be false to begin with. So begin play, we play from the start. So we're not active. No, we are active. Sorry. So we play from the start. It sinks to the bottom. Active is then set to false because it starts off as true. So that flips the value, sets it as false. So if it is false, then hang on, the cogs are whirring in my head because we need a delay on this, so we need it to turn the fire off before it goes down. So before we do our reverse, we need to turn stuff off, which means so if active is false, that's fine. So if active is true, so we finished, it's at the top, right? Yeah, so if active is true, then we turn everything on. Yeah. Wait 2 seconds, and then no, other way around. Wait 2 seconds and then play. You know what? Let's stop putting spaghetti everywhere. Right. Right, there we go. Yeah, so we're active, make it all visible, wait 2 seconds, and then play the timeline, which is actually putting it down. If it's false, then let's reverse. So add our custom event, call it reverse. Reverse. So we're then going to set the visibility to off. And then we're going to wait 2 seconds. And then reverse it. To be honest, yeah, we could have the fire sink down as well. It might look a bit... Oh, actually, no, you're right, because the Niagara particles should stay where they are, other than the smoke. I think the smoke might be a bit of an issue with that, but yeah, you're right, that might actually be a good way of doing it. I'll try that in a sec. You know what, I think it's probably easier if we do this. So if it's active, then we turn on the fire, wait a couple of seconds, then turn off the fire, wait a second and drop the glass. Then when the glass is at the bottom, we then wait a couple of seconds and reverse, which will put the glass back up again. So we don't need to do any of that actually. Which means we don't need that, we don't need that, all them. Yeah, that should do it. Let's see what it looks like. Obviously, when it comes to the actual proper final vision of this, we want the effect to fade out. So, be it a fish tank or a scene, we just want it to go zoom and gone, and we'll have it make a noise as well. Have some kind of audio effect for the thing fading out, and then the glass drops to make it a really smooth kind of transition. So we're going to have to alpha channel and the thing that we put in there. But we can actually also, given that we're alpha channeling it, we can use a sphere mask on that. So we can actually mask it as it goes down. So we can actually cull the effect as it goes down using a distance mask in the material, because we can just drive opacity based on that mask. Okay, what did we end up with? Yeah, that's what we were looking for, isn't it? So it was a really quick and dirty solution for it. That's what we're looking at. I think the edges of the glass need some thickening, because when the glass is down you can't really see it very well. Yeah, it needs maybe a. So the problem with glass in Unreal is it doesn't have like volumetric density. So when you're looking down on top of it, you're literally looking down through a single transparent material. There's no thickness to the glass, so it's not. The thicker the glass is, it doesn't start occluding light more. So I might need to kind of fake that a little bit with just making the top bit of the glass darker. But yeah, we'll mess with that. But yeah, I think that certainly is what we're looking for. Yeah. Well, that's one solution to the up and down. Just have it explode the glass. That's true, Martin. Yeah, I could put a metal trim around it. Yeah, the timeline does do easing, so can I not make that bigger? No. So what you can do is you can kind of just drag. If I set that to user, you should be able to move those. Normally in the curve editors you can grab that and move it about a bit. Which is usually on user. Let me edit it. Don't know. I'll have to fiddle with that, but yes, it is easing. But we can make it ease more just by adjusting the curve. Like you could have it do some like crazy thing like that. Or maybe have it gonna go up faster, then slow down just before it hits. No, that won't work actually, because this is the alpha, so it can't go above 0. Can't go above 1 or below 0. It's the time we'd have to do it to. Yeah, we could do that maybe. That might do it. Let's try that. Oh, no, it's 51 now. Yeah, I was going to add some buttons to it, but I think we're a little bit out of time. But let's just have a look what it looks like with a smoother moving glass, and we shall call it a night there. But yeah, so that's the general idea. The glass moves out of the way, and then it just becomes a table. That's for the glass max. Should the glass slide up or should the glass slide down? And I thought I'd make the poll as ambiguous as possible. really need to change those debug shortcut keys. Yeah, it smooths off lovely at the bottom actually. I think it's just because the glass is too high up. But when it goes down, you can see that it eases just before it stops. This isn't real fire, it is a hologram. It cannot spread. Okay. Right, I'm going to try one last thing, which is what... who was suggesting the fire thingy? Yes, Stylish Kitsune was suggesting that the fire be dragged down with the effect. So let's just give that a quick try and see what it looks like. So we take our Niagara, pop that in there, and we won't hide it. Oh, to be honest, we could put the point light down there as well, couldn't we? That would be funny. Yeah, so let's skip that, and just move everything down. Just see what that looks like a minute. Thank you, Festus. And yeah, thank you everybody that's donated money for the birthday fund. Very much appreciated. And yeah, we're going to have a good night, I think. Eating a Chinese buffet and then playing some bowling. That does actually look nicer, actually, yeah. Need to sort out the light position, but yeah. It's definitely a lot less aggressive. Although, the issue we're going to have is it's supposed to be a hologram, so the fire cannot be above the level of the glass at any point. But yeah, that's worth experimenting with. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, if we have the fire go down slightly before the glass, then that solves the problem. Yeah, definitely. And then the light needs to go down at a slower speed as well, just to match the fire going down. Although we'll probably fade the light out rather than move the. Actually, yeah. So rather than move the light, we'll fade the light in and out. That's probably cleaner. Cool. Progress. Ooh, definitely in numb bum territory now. Okay. So there we go for another stream. Again, thank you everyone so much for all the donations. That's just amazing. My mind is blown. Yeah, so I'll get back on with all the graphics options now. Hopefully I'll put another build out over the next day or so. We got a couple of test builds on our internal branch, and they're pretty much ready to go. So new build very soon, and all this could be played around with. So yeah, thank you for the birthday wishes. Have a good week ahead, and I shall see you on Sunday stream. Bye for now. I need to alt tab, don't I? Bye!